Thank you. Please be seated. All right, council, we are on the record on KCR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The courts called this hearing due to a jury question the court received. The jurors identified a missing instruction, and I've discussed that with counsel. The court has now drafted a proposed new instruction. A few things I'll note, looking at the case law in the case, I'm citing a case Crawford versus State, and that's 160 Idaho 586 that indicates if a jury with its note indicates that there's any kind of a defect or gap in the instructions, then the trial court has the duty to give such additional instructions on the law as are reasonably necessary to alleviate the jury's doubt or confusion. I'll also note that Idaho Criminal Rule 30C states that the court may further instruct the jury after deliberations have begun, either in writing or explain the instructions in open court, and further instruction or explanation must be made part of the record. So we are going to put that on the record. In addition, Idaho Code 192204 allows for the jury to return after they've retired for deliberation to address a question such as the one that's been posed here by the jury foreperson. So in order to address the question, then I'll note on the record, I've advised counsel and shown them the question the court received. I'm going to have the jurors return, and the court has now drafted an additional instruction, which is jury instruction number 42. And that is an instruction relating to the elements as they relate to count 6 of the amended indictment. So beginning with the state then, has the state had an opportunity to review the instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the court reading that instruction to the jurors at this time?
No objection.
Has the defense been able to review instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is there any objection from the defense to the court reading the instruction at this time?
There is no objection to the court reading the instruction at this time.
Okay, thank you, counsel. We'll have the jurors return then, and that will include the alternate jurors as well. The court will go through the reading of instruction 42, and one additional original copy of the instruction will be provided to the jurors with their instruction packet, along with courtesy copies they'll have of this new instruction. So, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please have the jurors return to the courtroom at this time.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court received a jury question from the presiding juror, and the question states as follows, quote, Judge Boyce, as to count 6, is there an instruction listing the elements? The court went back and reviewed the instructions you were provided, and despite best efforts to give you all the necessary instructions, in fact, you were not provided an instruction as you've requested and should have been. So for that reason, the court now is giving you one additional instruction that you may consider in your deliberations, and that is now instruction number 42. So the court will now read through instruction number 42, and after it's been read through, you'll be able to continue with your deliberations. So jury instruction number 42 reads as follows. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder as alleged in count 6 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on October 18, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, or procure another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tammy Daybell. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then to decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows: all persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that the state has failed to prove any of the above, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that all of the above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. So that concludes reading of jury instruction number 42. The court will have you include that in your deliberations, and that original instruction will go back with you to the jury room for your deliberations. Thank you for your patience in addressing this matter, and thank you for the question to address that as well. All please rise for the jury then. All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Judge, is it still the court's position 30 minutes within notification?
I think so, Mr. Pryor. I think that helps
you, Your
us
Honor.
keep things moving. If we have any other questions or a verdict,
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome to the True Crime Squad. I'm Christy Brower, here with my sister, co-host, and partner in crime, Katie Weaver.
Hello.
And y'all know it, we are here for the verdict in the Chad Daybell trial.
It has finally come.
Also, my pearls have entered the chat. I strung them all back together after destroying them yesterday, listening to prior. Just kidding, I didn't really break them, but I want, they're knotted. You can't break them. But the pearls are going to clutch, friends. We know it.
Oh, yeah. This is prime pearl clutching right here.
Yes, it is. We also have to give a shout out to listener Carrie, who is, guess where? In the courtroom, you guys. Yes. So we will get all the tea, and so happy for Carrie that she was able to get in the door.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Do you know she got a little nod from Larry Woodcock? Isn't that sweet?
Oh, yeah.
That's how she got in the door, because, I'm sure that door was getting rushed at this point.
Oh, I can only imagine what it's like down there.
Are you hearing? Someone's hearing an echo.
Oh, I am not.
I am not either. Is it possible that my phone was too close to my microphone? That can happen.
Oh, maybe.
No, yeah. Check all my sound settings too. You know how this goes.
I'll check mine too, because I had just been.
Yeah, I'm good. So I'm good on my end. So hopefully, yes, okay. Carrie made it in, right? She timed it perfectly to get in for Lori's verdict as well. Mm-hmm. So Miss Carrie has it on the spot.
Yes.
No echo. Okay, so it sounds like maybe it might have just been on somebody's end.
Well, that's good, because at the last second I realized my headphone or my headset wasn't plugged in, so I was rushing to do that. So a little worried it was on my end, but I think we're good. Okay, good. Yeah. So I was looking through quiz responses. So the official time is 5 hours and 54 minutes. And
we're going to go with Nate's time.
We're going to go with Nate's time. And 2 of you voted or predicted for 5 minutes and 56 or 5 hours and 56 minutes. 1 of you predicted 5 hours and 50 minutes, and 1 of you predicted a flat 6 minutes or 6 hours. So those are the 4 that won sticker packs. So I will get with you here in the next day or 2. I'll email you and get your address, and we'll get them in the mail.
That's so exciting. Thanks for playing with us, you guys. That was really fun.
You guys were super close, some of you. Wow.
We had to sign up for SurveyMonkey for that, so you know what? We're going to be doing some more of that stuff.
Because SurveyMonkey's not cheap.
We may as well use our account now that we own it. So
yeah, for sure.
So we've been just on watch, for 4 hours and 49 minutes so far today. For those of you that didn't know, there was a hearing a little earlier, around, I don't know, between 11 and 12. The jury came back with a question because there was not a jury instruction for count 6, which was first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell.
Yeah.
And so the judge quickly wrote one up, heard argument from the attorneys. That all happened behind closed doors. And then they brought it live to make the official change, and they brought the jury in and read it out to them. And we kind of had a feeling then that they were quite a ways through their job, and that we were getting close, because that was count 6.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Bobcat. Thank you all so much. The super chat is on. We appreciate it so much, but of course, it's just if you wanna. But we do appreciate all of you for being here with us. Between Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, there are 642 people watching with us right now, which is amazing.
Yeah.
So welcome to all of you.
Well, which tells me that and hopefully we got everyone in the room. We promised that we would post on all of our socials immediately, which we did do.
We did.
And hopefully that was enough to get everybody here, so that Yeah, this is going to be wild. I, as quickly as they came back, that speaks very well for the state.
Mm-hmm. Does. This is even slightly faster than Lori's jury.
Yeah.
So that's kind of an amazing thought.
Yep.
It's an amazing thought to think that we were here a year ago, not quite exactly, but close, doing this very same thing
Yep. Very close.
for Lori's verdict.
Nate just tweeted that John Pryor just walked into the courtroom. He's chatting and smiling with the prosecution team. Rob Wood, Lindsay Blake, Ingrid Beatty, and Rocky Wixom are all present.
Interesting. Thank you, Christine.
now-
Thank you, Valerie.
All of the attorneys have just left to meet with Judge Boyce in chambers.
And we will not know the outcome of whether or not this is going to be death penalty or not. This is just the first part of this trial. So this is the guilt portion of the trial. And then it will immediately kick over into the penalty portion, in which we will see evidence from both sides on whether or not Chad should get the death penalty. So we're not done, but it feels like a huge hurdle to get here.
Yeah.
To this point, at least, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, it's been 8 weeks. 7 weeks of actual trial, 1 week of jury selection. Yeah, it's been
Wild.
It's been a lot. Yeah.
Oh, and Kathy says, per Nate, Lori Vallow Daybell's verdict was read at 1:03 p.m. on May 12th of 2023.
Her trial didn't last as long because her defense didn't put up much of a
They didn't present
defense
any-
because she refused to participate in her own
Right.
defense. Yeah. I suspect that Pryor knows he's going to lose. I don't think there's any part of him that thinks he's going to win this at all. I don't.
His face yesterday, where's that picture? His face yesterday after, here it is. Look at that face.
No, it's this one.
Oh, you're right. It's that one.
Yeah.
That is how his face looked after he gave his closing. And he did not lose that facial expression for the rest of the day in court. And I think that he knows full well that he's done. Thank you, Ina, so much.
He just was putting up the best defense he could, you know. Now, we're all going to question whether many of those things that were said and done actually needed to be. Thank you, Diane. But in fairness, he was just there doing his job. Yeah.
No, we haven't gone quiet, Rebecca. Have you? Rebecca says she just can't hear us, but I'm assuming everyone else can. Might just need to restart something.
Yeah.
I guess that doesn't. I don't know why I'm saying it if she can't hear me. But, you know.
Freaking tech.
Does Pryor have to stay on for appeals? No, and he likely won't. He's not an appellate attorney.
Yeah, so he'll be done after this.
Likely we're going to see Chad get a public defender for appeals.
He'll probably file because you only have a certain amount of time to file an appeal. And so he'll probably file the preliminary appeal on certain grounds, like for Lori particularly, it was 404B. With Chad, of course, it'll be different things. But he'll probably file that and then pass it over to the appellate attorney, who will file an amended appeal based on what they think actually needs to be appealed. So there's kind of both sides of that.
Exactly what happened with Lori.
But at that point, then he, for all intents and purposes, will be done. Yeah.
And a lot of people are asking, what are they going to do with the house? What's he going to do with the house? We already know that there is a mortgage now on that house. I don't know.
Yeah.
Will he sell it outright? Is he going to try to sell it to Emma?
That was my assumption, is that Emma is probably trying to get her finances in a place where she can just buy it from him. That's my guess.
I guess so.
No, the golden vagina was not worth it, was it?
It was, in fact, fool's gold.
Yeah.
Paula's not here to tell us that, but she said that, and she was right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's check in and see what's being said on the tweeter.
Yeah. I couldn't either, Daisy. I don't know how anybody can live there.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, you guys, please be sure to hit the like button if you haven't yet, because it does help push our live out further. And we do really appreciate you very much.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that is the last thing that Nate has tweeted, so I'm guessing they're still in chambers.
Yeah. I'm sure they're prepping for what's going to happen next, because it's not like they're done. They will immediately, barring an innocent verdict, which we know is not going to happen, they're going to immediately then have to prepare and begin scheduling for the penalty phase, which is going to be so very interesting because we've never watched a penalty phase before. We've never seen this happen. And so,
Kindy, yeah,
to
we
learn
have a
how it
verdict.
works. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
They're
we
supposed
do. We are
to-
just waiting.
Yeah, court's
Yes,
supposed
we
to
are
start
streaming
at
it
2.
right here.
Uh-huh. That's not a dumb question. I know, it gets very
Not at all.
confusing. Yeah.
It does.
In
It
fact,
just
we
seemed
could
weird
pull
to
the stream
stop.
up.
Yeah, we're just in recess. And wow, you guys, now with Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, we're at 753 live watchers. Thank you, you guys. I think that might be a record for us all at once.
I was going to
That's
say
great.
we're going to break our break
Oh,
our own
Rebecca
records
has
for
never
sure.
seen us before, only been listening. How funny. But we
Ta-da!
look just as you expected.
Just a couple hours ago, I was looking at myself in this camera while we were streaming with my hair on top of my head, wearing a tank top and pretty much just still in pajamas, and went, this is going to go fast. And at some point, you're going to need to be in front of the camera. So I don't know, maybe go get ready for the day.
Get your shit together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it would be just like me to wait and then suddenly go, oh my God, look at me.
Well, I have tried to work on multiple projects, and no, my brain not going there at all. I really was trying to.
I actually went to Walmart.
Oh, you did?
When we pulled into the driveway, I saw the tweet that the verdict was in and ran in the house. Mars is like, "You're not going to help carry the groceries?" I was like, "No,
Fuck the groceries. The verdict is in.
I don't even care about groceries."
And yes, Katie was not naked on our little mini screen where only we can see each other.
Yeah,
this time.
that only happened
This
one time.
It's a good thing we're sisters, right? Yeah.
The things
so
we do.
we should be seeing the court go live here any moment now.
Yes, Sharon. Any minute now, the court will be going live. The last we knew, the all of council was meeting in chambers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got the pearls, man, because the clutching is going to happen.
Yep.
Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that.
Okay, attorneys are back in the courtroom.
Ooh. Right, Teresa, why would Emma want the house, especially now? Especially now after their neighbors and community are going to hear her testimony. Thank you, Cammie. Right, somebody said this is such a journey. Remember when Nate was in Hawaii trying to get Lori to tell him where the kids were. Yeah. When did we start our broadcast? We started broadcasting this morning at like 9 o'clock. Because the court went live, so we went live.
Oh, welcome, Susanna. Yeah, we just didn't know. And I was glad we did, because they did go on the record with that question. So
yeah.
I know some of you guys have just kind of been checking back in and out and hanging out all day. It's just a weird day. Jury watch is so uncomfortable.
It's very unsettling.
It is, and you're so afraid you're going to miss something.
Too.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, and it's a lot of buildup to get to this place for so many
Yeah.
people and so many hours and so much work done here.
Yeah. So once the verdict is read and court is adjourned, we'll come back on the screen and we'll discuss it together. Yeah.
Yes, we will.
When Lori's verdict
And
was
we cannot forget
announced.
Justin Lum. Yes, Justin Lum really, really broke this case. Here we go.
Bye.
We'll see you after.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I apologize. It'll take me a moment here to get logged on and then we'll get started. Okay, we're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. The court will note the parties are present, the state's present with Mr. Wood, Ms. Blake, Mr. Wixom, and Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor's here representing the defendant, Mr. Daybell. And the court at this time is going to instruct the jurors to please be brought into the courtroom. That will include our alternate jurors as well to be seated. And then I will have the marshal get the verdict form from the jury once they return to the courtroom. So if they can come in at this time, we'll have them brought in.
All right, please. Here's our president counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the court's going to next just make a reference that there is a courtroom conduct order in effect in this proceeding to remain in effect. So I appreciate everyone complying with that order, as most of you have done throughout the proceedings in this case. At this time, then, the first matter I'd like to take up is to do a roll call of the jury for the record. So Madam Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call of our jury to make sure they're all present and properly seated at this time.
Juror number 1, red card number 27. Juror number 2, red card number 219. Juror number 4, red card number 631. Juror number 5, red card number 653. Juror number 7, red card number 752. Juror number 8, red card 1680. Juror number 9, red card number 823. Juror number 10, red card 1358. Juror number 11, red card 1365. Juror number 12, red card 716. Juror number 14, red card 997. And juror number 15, red card 1078.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for conducting the roll call. All right, at this time, I'm next going to inquire from the jury foreperson. Has the jury reached a verdict? All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please retrieve the verdict from the jury foreperson. Thank you. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form. I'll note that all counts have been properly marked, as well as the verdict form's been properly dated and signed by the foreperson. The next step then is Mr. Daybell, if you and counsel would please rise. I'm going to have the clerk read the verdict.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho in and for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho Plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell Defendant, case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8. In regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I would like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell is to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase. And with that, thank you all, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
I'm
There you
crying.
have it. Yes. Oh, when they said guilty for Tammy, oh my God.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, not that it wasn't important for the kids too, because of course it is. But finally, some fucking justice for that poor woman.
Well,
And
and
his goddamn kids better listen up.
yeah,
Well, I
Lori
guess the
was
ones-
convicted of first-degree murder for the kids, but she wasn't even charged with first-degree murder for Tammy. This was Tammy's justice.
This
Yeah.
was Tammy's justice.
Yep.
Hey, Emma and Garth, pull your heads out of your ass.
Yep.
Your dad killed your mom.
It's time to face it.
It is.
Yep. Wow.
Whew.
Well, it's what we hoped for. It's what we expected.
But
Juries
it
are wild
really
cards.
helps to hear it.
Yep, juries are wild cards, but yep, justice has been served today. So
Mhm.
let's remember.
Yeah.
This was for Tammy Daybell,
Yeah, it was.
and a life cut short. A grandma.
Yeah.
A mom, a friend, a sister, librarian extraordinaire.
Yeah.
Tammy.
An absolutely beautiful human being.
Yep. And for these two,
Yeah.
Kylie and JJ, who never got to grow up.
No.
Kylie, she could be married by now or dating. She could be in college. She could be working. She could be out in Hawaii
She could be
playing
living her life separate from that fucked up mother of hers.
on her terms. Yep.
Yeah.
And JJ, most precious little dude.
Yeah.
He should be riding bikes, playing with friends, eating popsicles, watching cartoons, being a kid.
Yeah.
And that was stolen from them.
Surely was.
We're never going to forget. But I'm overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too. It just means so much for Tammy. Tammy was a little bit of an afterthought in Lori's trial, honestly.
Yeah, she was.
And I was
Yep.
very happy to see how much of a focus she was in this one,
Yeah.
because she deserved that. She dedicated her entire adult life to that motherfucker.
Yep. Yep.
Bore and raised his children.
Yep.
And that bastard killed her for his dumb girlfriend.
Hmm. For those measurements.
Mm.
For that shining golden vagina.
Oh my
For her
God,
nonsense.
That stuff that he said.
Yep.
Oh, thank you, Neil. Yeah,
Yep.
her measurements. Are you
Yep.
kidding me? You sick idiot. You're 50. Hello.
Hmm.
Your measurements aren't all that great either.
Hmm. Right? That was a little wild with him because, back when he first started dating Lori, he was quite the potato. Yeah.
He still is. It's just like
Yeah.
Pryor and his comments. I'm like, Pryor, have you looked in the mirror recently? Because
Mhm.
you literally look like you're melting. So shut up.
Yeah. I doubt they'll do a presser because they're jumping right into. I mean, I'm sure somebody will. I would imagine that Kay and Larry, at least. I kind of doubt that the prosecution will because they've got to dive right into in 1 hour's time into
Yeah.
penalty phase. They are not wasting a moment of time.
No.
Yep.
Which is awesome because they shouldn't have to. For the sake of this jury, get this done as quickly as they can.
Yep.
They have already been at this for 8 weeks and now they're sequestered and
Oh, geez, Joanna would have
Chad
lost
was.
my mind. Joanne lost her internet temporarily,
Oh my God.
temporarily, right before the verdict. Yeah,
I would have been running around in the street screaming.
I would have been speaking in tongues. Yep.
Mhm. Pounding on neighbors' doors. No, I'd get it on my phone, but
Yeah.
well, thank you,
Ah,
Kaylin.
Thank you, Kaylin. Yes.
For the Mermaid Gin Fund. Oh
Right.
yeah, that fund is depleted.
Next time I leave the
So is
state.
the coffee fund.
Absolutely.
How long will this next phase take? They have scheduled it for 1 to 2 weeks. We suspect
Yep.
it won't be that long, but it could take a little bit. Thank you, Leslie.
Can law enforcement talk about the case now?
Not until penalty phase is over, no.
Yeah.
Everything's got to be done
Mm-hmm.
so that there's no way they're tainting anything.
Yeah.
I would imagine that they need to not.
I would assume then that, okay, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to assume that new subpoenas will be issued.
I wonder if they already have them preemptively, because it doesn't matter
For
if they
this
don't
phase.
use them.
Yeah,
Mhm.
maybe so.
I bet they already have been. I bet they already know exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if the defense wasn't prepping for this phase already, that's just because Pryor's an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
He had to know.
I'm sure he has been. Yeah.
As desperate as he was
Well, he had
yesterday,
probably-
he had to know.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Lori. I don't, whether he has been or not, the mitigation specialist has been for months.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, most definitely. They've been prepping
Yeah.
for this.
Yeah. The penalty phase will be live streamed just like everything else has been. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's going to
Who would they
be
call? Mhm.
really interesting. Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
we doing a summary tonight? I don't know, because we didn't really know how to prepare for what was going to happen, because now
I
this
think
has happened.
we
Do you
have
think
some
we do a
greatest
summary
hits.
later?
Yeah, we have some greatest hits from from Chad's trial that, we might want to just play again for fun. And
Mhm.
also talk about the what happens in penalty so far today. And yeah, we've got stuff to talk about. I think so. Scott wondered if law enforcement wasn't in the courtroom so they could cheer, right?
Yeah.
Probably. We didn't
Thank you so
see-
much, Kathy. We're so glad you're all here.
We didn't see Ray. I'm curious to hear from Carrie whether Ray was in there because we didn't hear from
Yeah.
Ray, or we didn't see Ray.
No, but it was a very full room too.
Mm-hmm.
Nate just said the
Oh.
police cried at the verdict. Oh, I
I'll bet they did. My God, they've worked
What
so
they have
hard
been
on
through
this.
in this case is unreal.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. I'm sure some of them cried on the stand multiple times talking about finding the kids. I can only imagine how this feels for them today.
Right. Is this also a victim statement phase? I think so.
Yeah.
So they'll be able to, they will be able to bring in stuff like that as part of the penalty phase.
Yeah.
Because there's aggravation and mitigation. So
Yep.
prosecution's bringing in aggravation.
Mm-hmm.
Defense is bringing in mitigation. Thank you, Golden
Yeah.
Lion. And yeah, what are they going to do?
Yeah.
What's the defense going to bring? Is it going to be more Emma Daybell?
It could be.
They're going to bring in people who say Chad's not really that bad of a guy. They're going to try to point out his accomplishments and things that he's done well in his life or perceived to be done well.
Mm-hmm.
They'll
That
try
he's
to
a
bring in any.
son and a father and a grandfather and Yeah, it'll be stuff like that.
It
Yep.
will be, and it will be, right. See, Chad's other kids could come in with victim statements because their mother was a victim.
Right.
We could see two sides of that family. That could be very interesting.
Yeah.
So we're not
Well,
sure what we're going to see this afternoon.
no, we're not sure. We believe the state will start and
Mhm.
they will have the victim statements. They will bring in those that, want to speak on behalf of the victims. And they will bring other experts in that talk about the crimes and, the
Potentially Chad's
deviousness of
psychology,
them. And
maybe.
yeah,
Dr. Wellner, please be Dr. Wellner.
yeah, we hope it'll be
We just
Dr.
really
Wellner.
don't know.
And then, of course, then the defense will have an opportunity to bring in the mitigation specialist and all of her reports. And they potentially also had, thank you, beautiful, that
Welcome, Kelly.
they'll potentially have people from the mitigation specialists that have like doctors that have interviewed Chad and stuff like that. Okay.
Mhm.
Just said you'll hear from victims. Oh, I jumped. Hold on. You'll hear
Thank you.
from
Mostly
victims.
exhausted. Me too.
You'll hear from victims, mental health professionals, character witnesses, and you may see members of the church. I wondered about that too, if like a bishop might speak for him. I That's kind of an interesting one because the
I don't
church
know. He's
says
ex.
no. They don't allow people to like a professional capacity to take the stand, but then again, maybe they wouldn't have an option. But the LDS Church, every time there's a crime like this, and in this one, there was a letter that went out to the ward telling people to shut the fuck up. Don't talk to anybody. If Don't talk to the press. If law enforcement needs to speak to you, here's the number you call to Curtin McConkie to talk to us about it so we can tell you what to say. That's kind of a thing that goes back and forth.
Mhm.
Yeah. He is kicked out of the church, so maybe it won't matter, but the church isn't going to want to speak for him very
No.
bad.
But there may be individual people who come
Yeah.
as themselves, possibly.
I could see people that
Yes,
like were
someone
Chad's
just
bishop
asked if
when
the
he.
verdict. Oh,
Oh,
somebody just
I was.
asked if the verdict has been read, and yes, it's
Oh,
guilty on
yeah.
all counts. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Yep. So who knows? It could easily be somebody that's more like had been a bishop when he was younger, bishop back in Utah, something like that too. That's interesting. Jess said they could also bring in people from the jail about how he has behaved in jail, how things have been. And everything we've heard about him in jail is that he's been a model citizen in jail.
Mhm. Thank you, Kelly.
Does he have a right to speak for himself? Yeah, I believe he does. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. We'll see if he does. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and that's true. Good point, Jess. She said maybe they'll come in to speak about how his views weren't typical Mormonism. That's
It's
possible
possible.
as well. Yeah. Yeah.
What if Chad refuses to cooperate like Lori did? I believe he already has cooperated with the
Hmm.
mitigation specialist, is
Yep.
what we've heard. There's
Yeah.
not been anything in hearings leading up to this that he wasn't. Thank you,
Hmm.
Chandra. Pot stirrers unite. Yes.
Right? Absolutely.
Asshole Pryor talking about Heather Daybell calling her a pot stirrer so many times yesterday. What a jerk.
Hmm. The way he said it with such disdain, of course he would.
Gran, maybe librarian at uni will say he didn't fold pages. I love that. That's really funny. Like, yeah, what are they?
Here, I pulled up the pot stirrer
Oh,
graphic.
gosh, Amanda, thank you so much.
Quick and unrelated sort of a question. If we put this graphic on t-shirts, would you guys be interested? I ordered
I
some
would.
t-shirt graphics yesterday, but I didn't order this one and I'm kind of regretting that. So yeah, tell me if you
Yeah,
want this. You would wear it, okay?
I would
I
wear
was
it.
so sure this morning that I started making graphics, that we'd need here moving forward.
Thank you,
And
Chandra.
I made this one about 8 o'clock this morning
Guilty.
just to be ready and prepared. And we knew damn well this was what was coming. So
Yeah.
I had
No doubt.
that prepped on Facebook and on Twitter so that the moment the last guilty was read, I hit send on those.
Did you? I was just thinking, oh, I'm gonna go put that on Instagram and
Yeah.
go put it on TikTok.
Yeah.
We have so many places to keep track of these days.
Oh, people on Twitter saying, "Why am I crying?" I'm like, I know, why am I crying? With Lori's, I didn't cry, but the second we came back on the screen and I opened my mouth to speak, I just burst into tears and I was like, "What are you doing?" But honestly, it's Tammy that got me this time.
Yeah, it is me too.
Oh, thank you, Denise. Yeah. I don't think John's surprised at all. I think John figured that was going to happen. Yep. Yep. I think he knew that was going to happen. I don't think that he really ever thought he was going to win this. He was just going to put up a good fight. Thank you,
Yeah.
Stephanie. You know, but so I don't think he was surprised. I think once he delivered his final yesterday, his closing, he just kind of went, "Well, I've done everything I can do. So here you go." Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to see the pot stir again? You betcha. Yep.
Right, and now time for Charles's justice and Brandon's. You bet.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I think it's pretty clear from what the Arizona police said that if they can come up with something, they will charge Chad. That just because they haven't yet does not mean that they're not gonna. Pryor wanted everybody to think that, but that's not what they said at all.
Yeah. No, they had said that kind of, I would say several months ago, they had said that. And now they're saying, well, I mean, we haven't charged him yet. Doesn't mean we won't. Okay, then.
Right.
And that's what they said in open court. So, yeah. Yep. I thought about that too, Jess. I was really surprised he didn't pull the jury. They always do. Yeah, she said
Well-
that tells you a lot about whether or not he's really a criminal law attorney because he didn't even pull the jury.
I know. I've
That's
never
always
seen a
done.
defense attorney not do that.
Me neither.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought so too. I thought that was shocking. Want to see that checklist again? Okay.
There it is. And all the grand theft and insurance fraud. Give it all to him. All of it.
Yeah.
Can we
Every
all get
single
drunk
bit.
now, Colleen says, right?
Yeah. I think so. I think
Maybe
we have
eventually,
to.
but except for the part where they're jumping right into penalty phase. So,
That was quicker than I thought. I thought we'd hit penalty phase tomorrow, that we'd be done
Yeah.
today. But again, the jury is in sequester. The judge isn't wasting any of their time.
Yeah. Yeah. Which I'm glad of because they've been through some shit, man.
It does make me somewhat nervous that they're going to go through the weekend. I'd be really surprised because
know.
the courthouse doesn't really operate. But Saturday is the
know.
memorial for our cousin that was found recently.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping it's not Saturday, but if it is, we will work it out.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We can definitely still be streaming it and be chatting,
Yeah.
if nothing else.
Yep. For sure. And if you want to lift this graphic, it's posted over on Facebook in a couple of places. It's on Twitter. We'll put it in the Discord.
It's on Instagram.
It's on Instagram.
And it's also on our TikTok stories too. So
perfect. Good.
Larry Woodcock and Tammy's dad hugged and cried. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, that's really sweet.
I'm just so pleased for Tammy's family.
Brandon said, I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that damn raccoon. It's crazy to me that it was really a raccoon that broke the case. Yep.
Right, Leslie? I don't know, man. I don't know if she'll ever turn on Chad. She's had so many opportunities for Lori to turn on Chad. Leslie was just saying maybe she'll turn on him now and get him indicted in Arizona. But I don't know, man. If she's as delusional now as she was when she was sentenced, holy shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, speaking of Larry Woodcock, he posted this last night. We didn't make this, so no credit to us. But here's Pryor dancing with, a little green man on his lawn. And I really like they use that angle where it's right by that second story
Yeah.
addition.
The place with the stairs. It's right by that place where there's stairs.
That doesn't exist. Yes. There he is, tearing it up.
Danielle says we need a shirt that says it was a zombie raccoon with a Fitbit and a shovel.
And a shovel. Oh, you mean like this guy right here?
Yes. God, that's funny.
Yeah. I was just impressed. He uses a shovel, and as we all know, Chad Daybell doesn't know how to use a shovel. So,
except for that one picture where he's literally down inside a grave,
shovel.
digging it out with a shovel.
And I think it's safe to assume the jury thinks that he does indeed know how to use a shovel. Yep.
I think so.
Yep.
You think Pryor will sell the house now? Sure makes you wonder.
Yeah. Well, dude needs to get paid.
Did anyone else think he looked shocked? I didn't. I didn't think he looked shocked, but did you?
I was not watching him, so I don't know. I'll go back and take some screenshots of the moment
Yes.
that the verdict was announced and then take them through some programs to clean them up so that we can get a good look.
And I'll make a video that's just Chad and Pryor watching or listening to the verdict being read, because yeah, those are moments we need.
Mm-hmm. Pryor is probably already drawing up the eviction paperwork for Emma. It could be. Who knows? Emma, who's never spoken to before in his whole damn life, but he is her landlord. That Emma?
That Emma who had no idea, my ass, but had no idea that Pryor owned the house she was living in? Come on.
Mm-hmm.
How dumb do you think we are, people? Jesus.
Yeah.
That stuff has blown me away, that they genuinely think that people are listening to what she's saying and believing her.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
But yes, all props to this jury. My God, talk about take over your life. And now they're not even done yet and have to hit penalty phase. I have two questions. I'm going to pull a graphic up here in a minute and remind you guys of what it means to be sequestered. But I just wondered about the alternate jurors. If they're like, yes, thank God. If guilty would be what they would have said. And I promise some people will interview them and they will know,
Mm-hmm.
We had several people this time that were called to jury duty that are people that we know or know of, or we have, listeners that know. And so we were like, oh, we might actually get an interview this time. To be fair, we've never tried to get one before. So it's not like we really got skunked. We're not usually an interview show. But, if a juror was willing to talk to us that, knew someone we knew so we could be connected with them, we would definitely take that opportunity. But none of them made it through. So we got nothing. Thank you, April.
Doesn't matter, though.
We are going to do a poll for the death penalty. Yeah, we definitely will.
For sure.
Oh, we got to make that we got to make SurveyMonkey work for us now.
Yes, we do. Cost us $300.
Pull you guys till you can't take it. Yes, Melody, guilty on all counts. Yep.
Absolutely.
That's a good question. Will Chad be in street clothes for penalty? I'm going to assume he will be. Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Lori wasn't.
Well, for her sentencing, she wasn't.
Yeah.
But where this is more of a trial setting, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, they're freaking letting Brian Koberger be in street clothes in every dumb hearing they have, and today was dumb. I watched it as long as I could stand it, but oh my gosh. It's the same kind of thing Thank you, Rhonda. It is the same kind of thing that kind of stuff that Pryor and Means did for years leading up to these trials.
Mm-hmm.
Just picking at bullshit that isn't anything. Thank you, Macy. Thank you, Melody. Oh,
Yeah.
Melody says toward the Survey Monkey. Thank you. We thought maybe we would put a survey out here shortly about what's the next trial y'all want to see us follow.
Yes. Yeah, we'll
Because I
definitely use
mean,
it
we
that way
follow
too.
everything. We obviously follow this one very heavily, but we follow all kinds of other things too.
Yeah.
And we
Street
will
close
have
to hide Koberger's crotch. Oh no.
probably.
You've done it
But
now.
I think it's such crap that he is sitting in that hearing today.
Did you
We
mean
keep
this
that
one?
one on speed dial. Yeah, that
Or
one.
wait a minute. Was it this
Or
one?
that one. That's the one I like the best, the magnifying glass.
Or this one right here? Yeah.
Yeah. So funny. But yeah, it just pisses me off. Why is Koberger in street clothes for just these rando hearings?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Oh,
most
we would.
people aren't. They're in their
Yeah.
jail garb.
Mm-hmm. They've just
Mhm.
requested that and received it from the judge. But yeah. Scott says, what about an interview with Ray? Oh my goodness. Well, we would interview Ray in a New York minute. I just don't know if it's
In a New York
proper.
minute.
I'm not really
I
sure, but
don't,
yeah.
and I wouldn't want him to feel pressured either.
Not at all, but hell yeah, we
but
would
yeah.
interview Ray. We would interview Ray mostly because you guys all want to, like, thank him for
hmm
being such a fucking stud and helping get this together. Yeah.
And we think he's awesome and
Oh,
feel, feel like he's a real hero to this case.
Rock star.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Bethy just got some PB whiskey.
Oh.
Yeah, you did. Good job.
Whew.
If you like Chateau Monet, or I can't remember what the more expensive brand of it is. It's the black raspberry liqueur, Bethy. A little of that in there and a little drop of heavy cream. It's
Mhm.
pretty good PB&J shot.
Mhm.
We need to cover the Delphi trial.
We'll be all over Delphi. However, if they retain the same judge and they're trying to get a different judge currently, there won't be any live stream of that. But we'll still cover the
Yeah.
hell out of it. We've been all
Oh,
over
we
that
will.
one.
Yeah,
for
we've
sure.
been covering
Yeah.
that case for years. And of course, we'll
Okay.
be covering Koberger.
JB needs to know what is the deal with Koberger's crotch. So back.
Oh, you don't know this story?
No.
Oh, this is...
We're showing crotch shots of Koberger with no explanation. Okay, so
Yeah, right.
way back, I'm going to say it probably was last summer. His attorney Ann Taylor had filed something asking for no more cameras in the courtroom because all the cameras are doing is focusing on Koberger's crotch, and it's really inappropriate. We went through as many pictures as we possibly could find. It's just simply not true. And so, of course, we had to come up with some of our own. So, again, this is our fave.
That's the best one right there.
Yeah. So every time Koberger comes up, pretty much somebody brings up his crotch. So then we have to show these pictures again.
Yeah. But they legitimately said that in court.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell?
We have no idea why.
So weird.
Why anyone would have said such a thing, but if Barry Moore gets charges, oh yeah.
Hell yes.
Thank you,
and
Tina.
Don't you worry about Lori's trials. Those are already on the calendar. That will be happening.
Oh yeah. Both of hers. Absolutely. Also, we're still covering and following Nicholas Aliverdian. There just hasn't been very much motion. Oh, thank you. Oh, I already said thank you to Tina. I'll say it again. Thank you, Tina. So I don't know if you guys have followed the Nicholas Aliverdian case. But this is a guy who was from New Hampshire and New Hampshire?
Well, he grew up in Utah.
Well, no, he went to school in Utah, but he was from,
that's right.
I think, New Hampshire.
Yeah,
anyway, he is quite the scammer and had stolen something like $200,000 from his stepfather and had been sexually assaulting women. And he actually had some charges that stuck on that back east, but he was being investigated, and they were trying to charge him with a sexual assault from Utah. He was a Mormon for a short while and went to BYU. And when all these charges started hitting the table, he faked his own death and moved to the UK. and was on the FBI's most wanted list because they knew he wasn't really dead because he's an idiot and the way he faked his death is just insane.
Mhm.
But he got caught because he ended up with COVID and was in a coma for a brief time in a Scotland hospital. And they matched his tattoos up because his story didn't match up to them either about who he was. He was going by Arthur Knight Brown, an orphan from Ireland, with this really old fashioned, old world accent that's so funny. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
talking about Alaverdian. So, anyway, the nurses in the hospital, they matched those tattoos up to the FBI most wanted list, and he was arrested in the hospital. And then it took them like, gosh, 2 years to extradite him.
Yes. Thank you, Chrissy, by the way.
And they finally extradited him back to Utah, and he's had a few hearings in Utah now, and they are a scream because he's still pretending to be Arthur Knight Brown, and he's still talking in that accent. He also is pretending that he can't walk and pretending that he can't breathe.
The doctors have looked at him. There's not a damn thing wrong with him. He
Mm-mm.
kicked a guard in the face in jail.
Yeah.
When he was still over in the UK, and yet he needs a wheelchair.
Mhm.
At
His
one
very
point,
first Go ahead.
at one point he had to. They went before the court because he was getting bullied in jail, and that's because they were singing John Denver's "You're Leaving on a Jet Plane" to him in jail, and that was he considered that bullying, and I thought, oh my God, his ass is in trouble when he gets to the United States. If he thinks that's bullying, holy crap!
Mhm.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's bananas. His first trip to court in Utah was so funny because the judge clearly had no idea who he was. And so he's speaking in this accent and refusing to respond to the name Nicholas Alaverdian. And he's also coming from the jail. Oh, a Trump verdict is in. Oh, that's faster than I expected.
Oh.
They had 32 counts to dig through.
Yeah, they did. Wow.
Yeah. Wowza. What a day. It was weird to me that these two were like side by side. Anyway,
I know.
so just
It's
on
weird.
Alaverdian, we're going to be all over it because it is so funny and crazy. But also then they charged him with another sexual assault from Utah and then they had to drop it because I think it was statute of limitations or something. Anyway, but yeah, he's in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah.
I
We're
don't know
here
if
for
his
it.
wife came to the US or if she's still in the UK. I'm not sure.
I don't know, but she was all supporting him and like just weird. We saw an interview where she's like helping him and he's trying to fall out of his wheelchair. And she's helping him back in and all this stuff. And it was all so fake. It was just gross and awful.
Mhm. Yep.
So over in Discord, I'm starting a list that all of you are welcome to come and add to. You can join our Discord by going to, I'll put our banner up so you can see it, truecrimesquad.com. If you go there, there's a link there to join our Discord. And we are making a list of trials that are coming up that you would like us to cover. And then we're going to have to look at the scheduling of all of them and see what we can do. But we would really like to know what you would like us to do next.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Carmen.
Yeah, thank you, Carmen. There's no announcement yet on what the verdict is. I think they just barely got the news that the verdict is in.
Yeah.
So nothing on that. Yeah. Jeepers, what a day. Oh, Kresha just gave us a shout out. Said those two Idaho sisters who do so good and don't interrupt each other. I mean, we do, but
Sometimes, but thank you, Kresha. That's awesome.
we appreciate it.
Kresha's awesome.
I love that Kresha has made lemonade from lemons with this whole thing, and
Yeah.
also
I
she
do
is.
too.
Let's do this. She's an unapologetic pot stirrer herself.
Yes, she is. We should send her some stickers.
We really should. She totally deserves them. We really ought to send it back over to Heather.
We really should.
She certainly deserves them. Yeah.
She certainly does.
Yep. Lauren said there will be some victim impact statements, which will be very surprising. I wonder who's in the courtroom. Oh my goodness. Could that be some of Chad's family?
Oh, please let it be some of Chad's kids.
Mm-hmm.
I just so need to see them show up for their mom.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Total deliberation time was 5 hours and 54 minutes. Yep.
That was fast.
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah, Kay and Larry were there for the verdict.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Brandon says that the plot graphic looks like a diaphragm.
Wow.
That's perfect.
I'm kind of surprised that Brandon knows that and I don't, but I
Right.
did not know.
I know, I didn't know either. Props to Brandon.
That's fabulous. Let's see, I was going to tell you, Carrie told me some of who were in the courtroom
Oh, yeah.
with her. There was Jerry Vallow, and let's see. Of course, Kay and Larry. Oh, Carrie said she saw Ms. Blake and that she was breathing heavy and sighing. I bet she
Oh,
was.
I bet that woman just wants to go home and make cheesy eggs, you know?
Right, I bet.
Yeah. It was, Jess. I'm guessing they subtracted time for their jury question this morning. Because I thought it was about 7 hours and 2 minutes was my
Mhm.
estimation. But Nate in the courtroom, I think they're kind of keeping a running tally. So I think they just subtracted time because of the meeting this morning.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yes, Tammy's dad is there.
Thank you, Nunya. What was their question? So there was not a jury instruction for question 6, which had to do with Tammy Daybell. And so they had to write a jury instruction and then give it to them, which they can do. That's all a part of the rules and all. So they created
The
a
jury
new
instructions
rule.
come right from the judge. So.
Yeah. They created a new rule, Rule 42. And it was just the basic instruction that they already had received on the other counts, but they just didn't have one specifically for that one. And we're doing their due diligence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm guessing, Jess, there was more waiting time around that the question than maybe we realized to get everybody into the room. Yeah. Yeah, Tammy's family will be giving impact statements. Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
Carrie got interviewed by KSL.
Oh,
That's
go
so
Carrie.
cool.
I'm so happy she made it in.
I am too. That's fantastic.
With Lori's sentencing, we had intended to go. And we'd been saying, we're going to go. We'll be there. And then they started lining up at the courthouse up in St. Anthony the night before. And we happened to know because Scott and I had taken a ride up there just to kind of feel things out and see what it was looking like. And there were people in line that evening, and they started handing out like numbers to so that, you had a ticket basically to get in. And essentially to be able to get in, you were going to have to spend the night on the lawn at the St. Anthony courthouse. And we decided that we didn't want to do that. So we ran our live stream and came on just after, just like this. And honestly, I was really, really glad we did because the courthouse was quite the shit show. And we were just happier being here with you guys.
Yes, it was much better, honestly. I mean, it's very interesting to be in the courtroom, but it's actually funner to be on these lives.
Mm-hmm. Jen said, what do you think the odds could be that Lori will turn on Chad in the Arizona case now that his case is done? We kind of think she won't. That she hasn't yet, and so we just don't really suspect they will.
She is so delusional that I think she will.
Mhm. I don't think that Emma will show up as a victim in the sense of speaking on her mom's behalf. She'll speak on her dad's behalf. But I agree,
Yeah.
that would certainly suggest her father's guilt. Yeah, if she did that.
Right? She died from the inflamed anemia,
Mhm.
right? I mean, at what point do you go, dude, you're just making shit up? That's not even a
Yeah.
thing.
Mhm.
Like, how do you think that's helping your case here?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, zero expression on Chad's face. Somebody said he was squeezing his own hand so hard it was turning red.
Mhm.
I'll get some shots and clean them up once phase 2 starts here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm already, I already clipped out that whole thing, and so I can download it immediately too.
Oh, okay. Nikki says Nicholas's wife was found to have made the telephone call to arrange his memorial. She's complicit. Was it her? Because there was someone claiming to be his wife. We just thought it was him, but maybe it
Yeah, I
was.
know. We're like, yeah,
Brandon said he's just a feminist. Thank you very much. Oh, we'll take
we
it.
appreciate that
Yeah.
very much.
On the back on Nicholas here for a sec. That would actually track and make sense to me though, because he had moved to the UK something like 18 months before he faked his death in the US. So that would make sense
Yeah,
to me that he was already with her. Yeah.
yeah. Whatever her name is, Arthur Knight's wife. You
I
gotta
can't
wise up,
remember.
lady. I
Yeah.
can't think of it either.
Yeah.
Why is there always some woman that will marry these guys? You know?
Always.
What are you doing? We gotta support our ladies better.
Yeah. Remember that woman who married the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez? And then when he was charged with an additional murder, and it was a brutal murder and rape of a child, then she divorced him because that was a bridge too far.
But all
He
those
already
other
had,
murders, they were okay.
that was all right. But when there was a little girl, then she was like, yeah, no, turns out you're a terrible person. Well, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. That seems like
Yeah,
most people knew that already.
right?
Laura said Chad had his nose so far up in the air, I was praying the sprinklers would come on. See, just like I felt yesterday during the discomfort he was showing during Lindsay Blake's redirect, I thought, I really wish he'd run right now. Come on, hop up and run.
Right.
We just all want to see the takedown. There's about,
I know, it would be.
25 cops in here that would like to be a part of that.
Oh my God, can you imagine the pile on that would happen?
We're just doing our job, sir.
Oh man. We need to create a lolly dum dum drink for later.
Probably so.
Is that what some
That's
people
from-
call Lori? I don't know what that means.
No, that's from Karen Reed. Yeah.
Oh, that's from Karen Reed. Oh, okay.
Red Squirrel said, hey, Katie, good decision. Not going to court. The judge has quite enough to do without keeping you in line, too, right?
Right?
I have been quite the problem in court. Yes.
That one time, that was scary enough to last forever. Holy hell.
Yeah.
I thought we were in deep shit at that point.
Is Karen Reed on Verdict Watch? I may have missed that.
Oh,
Ooh, that case. Ooh. You'll notice we didn't really cover that case because it got so controversial so fast that we went, do we want a piece of that? Nah, we don't. We don't. There's a podcaster that's charged because of his behavior during the Karen Reed thing. It's bad news.
it is.
Yeah. Oh, lolly time. That's true. There was lolly time. Okay. There's a lolly in the Karen Reed case, so I thought that's what you meant.
Oh, okay. Because, yeah, I was thinking lolly time also.
Okay. No, they're far from it. Okay. Yeah, it is taking forever. Oh, it's ugly. Ooh, holy moly. Not good. Scott says I can be quite the handful. It's definitely true. I'm a problem. On that note though, Scott, tomorrow is our 27-year wedding anniversary.
Woo, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my hell.
Dear God.
Right.
I will say clearly, I mean, I'll say freely, Scott has put up with a lot.
I mean, so have you, but whatever.
It's true. It's true. But yeah.
I don't know. Scott's been putting up with a lot out of you since high school. So
It's true.
there was that time you spilled all that gravy in his car. I don't know if he's ever gotten over it.
He hasn't, because every time we talk about it, you just see him, rising up a little bit. Yeah. Right.
Why
Well,
is it okay for Pryor to lie? It's because what he says is not evidence. Remember? Jury instruction 41.
mm-hmm,
What liars say in this case,
mm-hmm.
not evidence.
Yeah. But that was hard to listen to, wasn't it? All
Yeah, it
of the
was.
lies falling out of his face yesterday.
It really
I think we
was.
were all about to snap something in half. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We started dating when we were 14. We broke up a couple of times in high school and then got right back together. And then we got married when we were 19. So, yeah. That's true. He does let me drive sometimes. Well, that's over now that I muffed up the car out of the warm slough, but just kidding. I could drive if I damn well want to.
Right.
I don't want to. Yeah.
Right. Lawyers lie often in closing arguments. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's so blatant, like what Pryor did, like, dude, so on the nose, man.
Paula said 44 years for us. Doesn't say much about hubby's intelligence. Says a lot about his endurance. Well,
Oh.
I know both of you, Paula, and I would say you guys are both angels, and
Yes, you are.
you both rock.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, he did pay for it. Blake went line by line over the lies. I don't think it helped him at all. I think it made the jury, it may have done the opposite,
Mm-hmm.
He says, I
Oh.
can drive my daughter to the doctor. Well, she won't let me drive. Are you kidding me? She'll be doing the
Yeah,
driving.
she'll be driving.
Pryor did have too many bad facts. He did. And especially like stuff with Tammy's health. He came out of the gate hammering so hard on that. And there was absolutely nothing that was, verified by any kind of professional. And he just never quit saying it. And I just think it got really old. I also think he shot himself in the foot with the all the paintball gun stuff, because he spent so much time on it. It seemed to be so inconsequential. I think the jury got damn tired of hearing it. At some point, you hear paintball gun, and you're going to just zone out.
Everybody just goes, oh, Jesus.
But then when he gets into close, and he's like, and then you have Alex, who just wants to go shoot at everybody. Everybody, you say. He lists Brandon. He lists Charles. And then, what does he do? He can't say that, he also shot at Tammy with the gun because he was still sticking with the paintball gun. I thought that
Mhm.
hurt him. That was dumb. Yeah.
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 Oh, yeah. Delphi is another shit show, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So I just made a thread in, or a post, I don't know, something, I can't remember what they're all called, but in Discord for your trial suggestions. So guys, please jump on that and give them to us, and we'll go see we have to look at the schedules of all of them and figure out which ones will work for us best. But we want to bring you what you want to see, and we just do what we do right now.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't know anything about that trial, we will go learn it. We are very good at that. Katie is an absolute pro researcher. And
I'm just
we will,
really nosy like that.
yeah.
Is he trying to join me? Oh.
Cammy, with all the lies Pryor said, I'm surprised he didn't claim himself a massive storm as well. Yeah.
I really enjoyed that, actually.
He could just yell objection and see if it works. Pryor could have just started objecting to himself, frankly.
Right.
I mean, he and the judge were about the only people left in the room that hadn't been accused, other than like the clerk and the bailiffs.
Mm-hmm.
Will Matthew Coleman go to trial? Oh, I do not know that case. Or maybe I do and I just don't remember. I feel like I have sort of forgotten about everything else. I was watching that Koberger trial today, like, I gotta get back into
Yeah.
what else is going on in the world.
Yeah, that
Thank you, Colin. That's also a weird belief system in zombie like oh, well, let me look that up right now so we have it.
there's also that case, and I'm going to totally botch this because it's in my mind to follow it, but I haven't gotten quite there. But those two women that were murdered, that went missing on Mother's Day in Oklahoma.
Oh, yes, the
And
God's Misfits
yes, we
people.
want to get all over that one. We just can't quite get there. I should have gone to law school. I really screwed up. Really screwed up. I wanted to go to law school. I probably already told you guys this story, but I really wanted to go to law school. It was my plan when I was in high school. And then at career day, they, I went to the little lawyer speech, and it was this older lady that was really severe looking, and she had her hair cut in like a man's cut, and she was wearing basically a man's suit. And she basically told the girls in the room that if you want to be an attorney, you got to look like me. You got to act like me. You can't be cute. You can't be a woman. You have to, it's a man's world and it's a hard world. And you're going to have to, you know, basically put your femininity aside and come in as masculine as you can in order to survive in this world. And among other things. But she said a bunch of really dissuading things to women, to the girls in the room, and I changed my plans. I went, maybe this isn't for me. That's just not
So shitty.
who I am. Like, okay, first of all, how weak was I that I let my mind get changed? Like, what the hell?
But you're just a kid. You don't know, and
Yeah.
you think that this woman might be honest with you.
Yeah.
Hey, Ruby Frankie has already been sentenced. Go search our YouTube channel. We have it. We streamed it.
Has she been sentenced?
Yeah.
I think the whole sentencing. No,
Yeah.
they
Remember?
pled guilty.
Right.
Oh, but
and then
it's
they
the
were
parole board that has to make the final decision,
right.
right?
Right. The hearings are done, and
Right,
we did
yes.
stream them. So, yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Sarah said it's never too late. That's probably true, but now I'd rather do this. Yeah. So I ended up with degrees in home economics education and early childhood education. Yeah.
But hey, your youngest daughter wants to be an attorney, so
That's true. That's
we
her
may
plan.
still get one in the family.
Yep, she is a junior at Boise State working on her political science degree so that she can then move over into law. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So I'll
That
just
pisses me off. I forgot that happened to you at career.
I'll just
day.
live
What a bunch of
vicariously
crap.
through her. I know. That's really dumb. First of all, why? Why did she do that?
Yeah.
But again, that was weak AF on my part.
But it's not like you knew anybody that could tell you any different either at that time.
I did not. Yeah. Yeah.
You
Oh
could
yeah,
be the
law school
streaming
is
law student.
wildly expensive. My brother-in-law is a paralegal, and he said that they have a new attorney that just started at their firm, and he said that his student loans tapped out at 92,000, and he felt like he got a bargain. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we
Yeah, it
haven't
was-
heard on the parole board thing from Ruby and
No, because it happens over time.
yeah.
Like they're assessed multiple times. What they did is the judge gave them consecutive sentences. There were a few things the judge could give them, but the actual amount of time is determined by the parole board. It's a weird system in Utah. I don't know why the hell they're doing that.
Yeah.
So it was going to be somewhere between, I think they could get like 4 to 15 years or something like that.
Yeah.
But we won't know for a long time what they're really,
What that looks like. Yeah. I hope it's just forever. I really wonder how those two do in prison. Because they're both soft as hell. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
they are. Yeah.
Yeah. Just said 92K is a bargain. I walked away at 180. Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit. 4 to 30. Thank you, Neil. Oh, right. But the max for what they were charged with can only be 15, so they will not get more than 15. That's right. Doing the math, it's 4 to 30, but based on their law. Trump
Yeah.
guilty on count 1.
Oh.
Trump just got convicted of a criminal charge, you guys, for the
Of
first
a
time.
felony. Yeah.
Sarah Boone. Oh my God. Will Sarah Boone ever go to trial? Will Sarah Boone ever be able to keep an attorney?
Long enough?
That's Daryl Brooks and Taylor Shabusiness had a baby. That
Oh,
situation
man.
right there.
It
We've
really
been
is.
watching
Holy
it. We
shit on
we
Sarah
want to
Boone.
cover that trial mostly because
Mhm.
holy shit. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, Lindsay Blake didn't get that speech, but Lindsay's a lot younger than me too, I think. That's the thing. I mean,
yeah,
this was close to 30 years ago. It's kind of how
right.
things were at that point, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not cheap to go to law school, but like Sarah said, public service loan forgiveness is
Oh.
a thing.
Oh, Teresa, thank you for helping me with my math. Okay, so Neil is right.
A 10.
It's 1 to 15 times 4 times 4 equals 60, but the max was 30. That, yes, you're right.
Okay.
Right, just let Sarah Boone represent herself.
I think she should. I mean, nobody's good enough for her.
They're
She's
probably
mad at
gonna have
everyone.
to.
Mhm. Mhm. I just think she should. I think that's about the only thing she can do at this point.
Wow. Guilty on 25 charges so far
Oh
on
my
Trump.
goodness.
Whoa.
Whew.
You guys have no idea. That's a scary thing for us here.
Mhm.
There's some people that are going to go fucking ballistic here.
Mhm. Yep. Yep.
Sarah Boone asking for Pryor's phone number, right? They deserve each other.
Well, that would give her Mark Bean's number. That's true. Those
Oh
two would
my
be a
God.
match made in hell. I can't
That,
imagine that would work, honestly. I don't know. I think that Chad and Pryor work because Pryor is a man's man.
yeah.
And I would imagine, and maybe I'm wrong, and if I am, someone can correct me that knows, but that would have to be Pryor. I would imagine that most of his clients are men. I would be really surprised if very many
He's
women.
mostly a divorce attorney
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
hates women. So, yeah,
Mhm.
he's representing husbands.
That sure seems to be.
Donald
Yeah.
Trump guilty on all
On all
counts.
counts, 34 counts. That's quick on that jury, in my opinion, because, it took this jury 5 hours, 6 hours almost to convict on 8 counts. Can you imagine doing the questionnaire on 34 counts?
Right. But they're
That's
not
a
murder.
lot of work. They're not
But that
murder. That's
is.
true. Yeah.
Daybell and Trump guilty on all counts on the same day.
That's wild, man.
First president to
Yeah.
become a convicted felon. Yeah. Wow.
Yes, he can
Wow.
still
Wow.
run as president. Yes.
Wow.
Yep. My worry is violence. This stuff scares me. And around here for
Mhm.
sure, but also just everywhere. My worry is
Yeah.
violence. Yeah.
Mhm.
This country doesn't need any more of that. We just don't. Yeah.
No. They
Yeah, Trump
deliberated
jury.
9.9 hours.
Yep. Wowza.
That is wild.
Mhm. I kept thinking what a weird crossover that those two are the juries are out on both at the same time
On
and
the
came
same
back so
day.
close to the same time. Yeah. Janet says she thinks Trump won't do time. He'll be out while they appeal and he'll die before appeals run. I think you may be very well right on that. I wondered that too. Yeah. Yep. We don't know if Chad will have to change back to prison garb. We're not sure. Maybe not today, but he will be tomorrow. I don't
Don't
know.
know. It's really up to the judge. The judge can,
Yeah.
it's just like with Brian Koberger. I mean, the judge is allowing that.
Mhm. Yeah.
Sarah Boone should have claimed domestic violence and kept her mouth shut. Well, the video is pretty tough to refute.
That's what sunk her was the video.
Oh my
All
God.
these all these people taking videos of their crimes. Like, it's fine. It's probably fine. I'm good with it. But like, why? Why take a video of your crime?
I I do not know. But oh, they're back.
Oh, okay then. Well, we will bounce.
All right, thank you. Please be
Yes,
seated.
we will.
All right, once the jurors are ready to be brought in, they can enter the courtroom, please.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Here's our president counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court notes that earlier this afternoon, the jury returned a verdict of guilty on several counts that are subject to this capital sentencing phase, including in the verdict form counts 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5, and count 6 of the amended indictment. The court at this time then is going to commence with the capital sentencing phase. I'll note that in this case, the jurors have returned, including the juror alternates that are here as well, and the 12 jurors who returned the verdict under Idaho Code 192515 subsection 5B. The court is using the same jury to conduct this phase of sentencing also. And that statute reads that if the defendant's guilt was determined by a jury verdict, the same jury shall hear the special sentencing proceeding. So we are in that special sentencing proceeding. As I mentioned, the jurors are here and present. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for continuing your jury service. You've again been seated for your continued service in this case. And that's the matter we're taking up at this time. To give you an idea of just the schedule, the court has some preliminary instructions that are going to be read to you this afternoon. We're going to commence then with further evidence on the sentencing phase starting tomorrow morning after I read these preliminary instructions. And the court's proposal on our typical scheduled plan would be to start at 8:30. Is the state going to be ready to proceed at 8:30 with any impact statements that may be offered?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's how we'll run the scheduling at this point then, and I'll inquire as to the jurors going forward. Also, the scheduling we'll have during this phase of the proceedings. They don't need to be limited to the timeframes we've had throughout the trial, including, depending on how long this takes, weekends. So I am essentially leaving up to the jurors their proposed schedule within reason of when we'll work through this proceeding. So the court is going to read some preliminary instructions then to the jurors. And again, you'll receive additional jurors when you retire to deliberate on this part of the case. But for now, the court will just read these and those will be included with you later. So in this case, the defendant in this case has been convicted now of the crimes of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We will now have a sentencing phase of the trial regarding those offenses. Additional evidence may be presented during the sentencing phase. You should also consider the evidence presented during the trial. Before the death penalty can be considered, the state must prove at least one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. If you unanimously decide that the state has so proven one or more statutory aggravating circumstances, then you must decide whether the imposition of the death penalty would be unjust by weighing all mitigating circumstances against each proven statutory aggravating circumstance. At a separate proceeding, the court will sentence the defendant for other offenses of which you have found the defendant guilty. Instruction number 2. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instruction to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In so doing, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted during this trial and during the sentencing phase. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the sentencing phase, an objection may be made to questions asked a witness or to a witness's answer or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the sentencing phase, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law, which should apply in the case. Sometimes that will occur at the bench. Other times you may be excused from the courtroom so that we can discuss those matters. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time and help the sentencing phase run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with those terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted during the trial and during the sentencing phase. However, the law does not require you to believe all the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. If any evidence is admitted for a limited purpose, you are not to consider it for any other purpose. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you should apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decision simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you hear and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to give such opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witnesses and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Instruction number 3. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. That in this time then concludes the initial preliminary instructions for the sentencing phase. And the court is going to be in recess then until 8:30 in the morning, when we'll commence with evidence on that phase of the trial. Before we break for the day, does the state have anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll note that the jurors will remain sequestered during these proceedings, and we'll begin again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you again for your continued service, and that will conclude our matter for today. Thank you.
All right.